Hey, good morning, everybody. Um, Good morning.
Good morning.
Uh, We're, I don't think we'll wait to start for our, um, we're each missing one person? No?
I know Senator Lang is here. Will be along very
Okay.
shortly.
I've asked, Representative Dolan will not be here, but I've asked for a replacement. I haven't been notified that there will be one, so
All right.
we'll do what we can. Okay, so looking at this convenient side by side, there's, it looks like it's absolutely the same as the House version. Representative Grota.
Thank you. I had a question. In the Senate version, the reference to RSA 310A, let me just make
What
sure.
page are you on?
I'm on page 12. So the RSA 310A colon 1 dash E was removed from the Senate version. And that was in the House version, which is where I thought, put the
That's because House Bill 655 deleted RSA 310A1.
okay.
So
All right.
Representative, what version are you looking at?
we're looking at the side-by-side prepared by our researcher.
Right, but I thought you were on page 12. She's
I'm on page 12 of the side-by-side. Page 11 of the side-by-side.
oh, of the side by side. I'm
Sorry, excuse me.
Gotcha. I was looking in the bill. My apologies.
That's okay.
Do you have the side by side? Yeah.
Here, I have an extra copy.
And yes,
Can I'd like to also in the House version, in the Senate version, I'm sorry, you added a paragraph that had to do with exemptions for physicians licensing,
Yes.
licensed out of state. Was that an amendment that I think the House saw that amendment, but did we add it to another bill? I thought we added it to another
That
bill.
language, I believe, is in 409 or something similar. This is in the physicians and surgeons scope of practice. And we had something under telehealth.
Yes.
I
just want to make sure that we're not
So the language, I'm just trying to get to where you are. That was page
side by side, page 13.
It's section
13. Gotcha.
8 of the Senate version of the bill.
Yep. So that language was language that Senator Rosenwald had put in. We originally heard it as an amendment to 409, but we moved it into 532. So that language is not in 409, even though it was introduced in the, actually, was it 409?
No.
I think we did it as an amendment.
I think we put it into a Senate bill.
That's right.
107, I
We
think?
added it to a Senate bill, which is why
We don't want to duplicate efforts.
So we moved a few things around there at the end, and
No.
I'm not, did you added this language into a Senate bill?
I believe it was I'm looking at 207.
Yeah,
but it
you're
might,
adding quite a bit to 207.
Okay.
Turn this on.
I might have 207 here. I do.
But I thought 207 was mostly the repeals.
it had a lot of other odds and ends too.
Okay.
Got 207 here as well.
It's either 207 or 107. Looks like 107.
I was gonna say, I think it might be 107.
Okay. Look at 107.
I do not have 107 with me.
just a moment. I'm looking it up.
This,
Not
Yes, because I moved it over to
under
530. I think we
convictions.
had heard it as part of that whole amendment, non-germane. And then we separated them out into different things.
Joe, I think it is in 532. Yep.
No, it's not in 107 because I wrote the amendment for 107, and that amendment came the same day that we were discussing House Bill 105. So we didn't put it into 107.
Okay,
All right. I mean, this is all starting because we've seen this so many times. I can't remember
I know.
where it ended up.
it's, yeah.
We feel you.
We're totally with you.
Yeah, we are too. That's the, except that someplace we put it in
I'll look into
relative to telemedicine rather than the physicians.
Was it the bill that had to do with the Department of Corrections?
That was a different
That was a different
a
exemption, okay.
exemption. Let's see, where? Mr. Greenland, do you happen to remember where we might have put this section? Yes. 120.
126. Okay.
Okay, Senate Bill 126. Licensure for telehealth. I don't think so. That's the corrections one.
So maybe it just didn't, it didn't get added.
Apparently not. We considered it half a dozen times.
We've seen this many times and I can't remember. I don't remember. I didn't write an amendment, and I know for eDNA in the House to add it to anything. But I guess I'm thinking that because you were originally going to put it in 409, that's where it was, and I didn't want it to be in two different places. But you did not include this in 409, in your
Not
409
for-
amendment.
I think at the last minute we took it out of 49 and put it in 532.
I know we put together a non-germane amendment that had a lot of stuff in it, and we just tagged it to 409, and then we parsed things out and separated them accordingly.
Okay.
So
So you
that
had-
may be the confusion.
Well, we saw it several times.
Okay.
And I know you had a different way you wanted to structure
Well-
it, but I just don't know if we saw that language.
Well, we wanted, at some point, we had a revision to the telehealth statute itself that said that you could continue a relationship.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that was in a House.
Let's look at the amendment to House Bill 6. The second amendment to House Bill 655. Oh, no, that's what we attached to Senate Bill 409.
Right,
Right.
right.
So it's not in there.
Well, I'll just check the last version I have and make sure.
Could I ask Mr. Ostenhout this question because I believe
Sure.
okay.
If he knows, we'll.
I believe I asked him this question. I just wanted to make sure. Were you able to check that? So what we're looking at is the side by side for 532 and the last page 13, section 8, which is a new paragraph from the Senate amendment. Yeah, that's side by side, the last page 13. That's really the only. We just want to make sure that we didn't stick this someplace else, and that we're going to duplicate things that could possibly conflict.
So this was Senator Roosevelt.
It would have been, if we put it, it would have been in a Senate bill.
Yes, and we would have put. I thought I'm almost positive that all the components of House Bill 655 that were the leftovers, and anything that we wanted to add to OPLC was added as an amendment to 409 from our side. So if it wasn't attached,
No, we.
Senate Bill 409.
Senate Bill 409.
Sorry, Senate Bill 409. So if it's not in there,
Bill
we
409. There isn't a Senate Bill 409.
then it's House Bill 409.
96.
So that would have been what you sent to us that we then amended.
Right. And that would have been 107 or 207 were the two bills that we sent over, and I don't see it in either of them.
I'm quite certain that this language originated in the Senate from Senator Rosenwald.
You're correct. It did.
Yes, it did. And we heard about it when we were dealing with Senate bills, so if we passed it, it would have been in the Senate bill.
Yeah, and right. We went over this amendment to 409 in detail in committee, and it didn't have,
Yeah, we separated this language out and put it into 532 out of 409.
right.
Do you have an answer to that?
Well, that's the way I recall it too, because I think when Senator Rosenwald introduced this as Senate EDNA, it wasn't a different bill, but the language just got picked up and shifted around when 409 and 532 were sort of being tweaked at the end. But I don't think, at least I haven't seen it appear in a separate place. So I think this is the only place.
My recollection is she originally came in with the language and wanted it
Right.
in 655.
Yes.
And I didn't want to make an
Right.
amendment to 655. I pushed it all into 409 and 532.
That's how I remember it too.
And then the other fixes to telemedicine, we just did by adding like RSA 328D and, like we just added statute references so that we didn't have any other language on telemedicine.
Okay. Well, as long as it's not a duplicate. And it seems as though it is not a duplicate, then that's okay.
Okay. Great.
Okay. Were there any other changes to the music therapist part? Or is it?
Unless I'm not remembering
No.
correctly, I thought we added a position for OPLC.
That was in the fiscal note to,
It was actually in the House bill.
yeah.
But I thought we changed it.
No, if you look on the side-by-side, page 12, one program assistant, two position, labor grade 15.
There was a position in HB 3037 that was added after I testified that Wednesday morning.
Okay, so
That's-
maybe I've got the two mixed up in my
think
head. I
so.
was thinking it was this bill that we added one to.
That one is attached to House Bill 337.
Yeah.
Right.
The attorney too.
He's right.
Okay.
Right, this one's,
Yep.
looks like a licensing clerk.
It looks like this is the only.
Different position. They
Mhm.
were
Okay.
separate places.
I guess we had too many bills and I'm remembering the wrong thing.
A lot of OPLC.
Yes,
Well,
we did.
yes. That's why we put the OLS can reconcile the
Yes.
the references, because that's definitely a concern. Okay. So since we can't find the language, the telehealth language anywhere else.
Yep.
I can't object to it.
Do you want a motion? Do we need a motion or do we just have to agree?
We can be as formal or informal as you like. All
So
right.
I'm in
so-
agreement with the
okay,
Senate.
I agree also.
Okay, you're in agreement? Well, you have to be.
We're
We-
in
we
agreement.
agree- We agree with the Senate.
Okay. I will write a report saying so, and,
All right.
okay.
Great.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you
Alright.
coming along with us.
Okay.
Understand what exactly you're doing.
All right, so are we in an adjournment on this committee? All right,
5:32 is over.
thank you.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. House Bill 409 was, the House version is completely gone. So we'd like you to, like the Senate to convince us that we should adopt your version right
it's-
now.
Because it's really good.
Thank you, Senator. That's an excellent start. There are some sections we'd like a bit more detail on.
Sure. So, House Bill 409 came about, we used it as a vehicle for all of the changes that we found necessary to House Bill 655 and 594. If we had any change, so we wanted to pass those two clean as they came over from the House so that they could just go right through. And then we used 409 and the last one that we just did on the music therapy as sort of two vehicles for putting the changes that we found we needed out of the committee. So there are a lot of changes. I guess it might be easier to go just to the points that you have some issues with rather than going through the whole bill, if that makes sense.
Right. Unless somebody has a concern about the conditional definition of a regulated social worker, which okay. The temporary license for medical imaging, no problem. The Board of Nursing, we want to have 2 advanced practice registered nurses instead of 1. That's at the top of page 1 of the bill, which the version we have isn't numbered, but it's there. And we want to delete the change to the following paragraph that has a nurse member of the board specifically representing nursing education, because we feel that's a conflict of interest.
I need to get to the right copy of the bill here that we're on.
Would you
So
like a copy of our side-by-side?
is that this one here?
Yes.
Okay. Are you referring to that or the bill itself?
The bill itself is included in the back of that package.
Oh, okay. I got you. I didn't scroll back far enough.
It's the 4th page.
4th page, and all right. Yeah, you're right. There's no number.
No,
there.
back one. Okay, at the top of the right-hand page,
Okay, gotcha.
okay? 2 APRNs instead of 1.
So they are in here.
If-
There we
If
go.
that's agreeable. It's a big board, but there are something like 30,000 nurses. And that board has not had any trouble getting a quorum. They're in favor of going to 13 people.
Mhm.
And since they don't have a problem, I don't see any objection to that.
So that bill is one, that board is one, you'd sent it over at 12 to us, and I added a 13th member because I don't like even numbered boards. And so we added
That's
an
a
extra.
reasonable position.
Yeah, so we added an LNA to that, and what you're proposing is to remove the nursing education requirement and change that to an APRN. Am I correct on that?
Yes, the simplest way to do that is to change, it says on the top line of that page, 6 registered nurses, 2 of whom shall be an APRN,
Okay,
and then delete the new language at the bottom of the next paragraph. Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That language concerning nursing education is language that I had brought in. There was a group of nurses, and I can't remember what their title were, the Southern New Hampshire Nurses Association. They had been looking at the activities of the board, and one of the things that they had requested was that we have one nurse dedicated just for nursing education. And so that's why this is put in there. And they had recommended that they have the minimum of a master's degree or health-related field, at least 5 years of educational experience. It's my understanding, and I think we had it during testimony, that they do have one nurse who works with education on the board, but that is not her sole purpose or her, the position. It's not a dedicated position. And so what they were hoping to get would be somebody from a nursing education program, to be on the board.
Representative Grota?
Our concern with that is that that person could be biased towards their program, and it's not would have conflict of interest. So that's why we don't want someone associated with a nursing program on the board.
If I may, represent.
Yes.
And I think I mentioned this to you in passing, but I was able to have a follow-up conversation from our hearing where the conflicts made a little more sense to me, which I'm happy to share. But basically, this Board of Nursing, they certify the educational programs, and so they act in sort of a regulatory capacity to these institutions, and so that could create a conflict of interest. But in addition, during that process, there's non-public information that's shared about some of the education programs, and so competitors could have access to some of that non-public information. So when I listened to it again, it made sense to me that perhaps putting this education person on the board had some unintended consequences. So I wanted to share
Okay.
that with you if
Yeah.
that helps.
There's a new paragraph allowing the board to establish subcommittees, in particular an education subcommittee that would focus on the approvals. And I think that's a better way to handle it than to have a member from a education program on the board specifically as such.
Okay.
There's no, there's no restriction on how the other nurses are chosen.
Senator Carson, how do you feel about that change?
The only thing is, and it does say in here, a practice and education committee. So hopefully the Board of Nursing will establish an education subcommittee, and the individuals that will be on it will be able to do the job. This organization was just really, really concerned about education of nurses and making sure everything is up to date. And so I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I think as long as they get there, I think that will be fine.
All right, so it sounds like we'll accept your change of making that two. So what, in the very top line, you're proposing to put, instead of one of whom shall be an advanced, it'd be two
Right.
of whom? I guess I don't know if that's grammatically correct.
Two of whom is
That's
okay.
correct, yeah.
Two of whom, okay. And then
Shall
we would,
be advanced practice.
and then
representative.
we'd be deleting the new language in section 2
Yes,
that,
Yep.
okay.
all right. Does
All right.
anyone have any other comments on the rest of the OPLC section?
Madam Chair, we had received an email, and I'm not sure if you folks had also, concerning some changes with the Board of Optometry.
Okay, optometry,
Might be gone.
I did not receive that either.
okay, if you
It was
continue
addressed
that,
to you.
it,
I didn't see it. If I did.
this is about the continuing education, and this section deletes the requirement that the continuing education be reported annually.
Correct. The email, and I'm showing it to my colleagues. Let's see.
Oh, this was way back.
And
We-
we're happy with deleting that requirement.
yeah,
I don't think
we
there's any
fixed this
objection.
We
already.
fixed this?
Yeah, That's
Okay.
all set. My
Okay.
apologies. I thought you were looking at something newer.
In committee, right,
Yes.
we did address that.
Okay, I thought,
So that this is
Maybe-
not part of the changes of 409, or it's already in.
It's already been
okay.
changed. The
It's,
It's
concern-
already
and we're
been
talking
changed?
about
Okay.
paragraph 7, right? Optometry.
Yes.
Yes, we've
Okay.
struck the word
Okay.
annually. It's,
Thank you.
it's in paragraph 7, actually, Senator. if
okay,
you-
yep, I
if you
saw
look
it.
at
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Okay.
All right, anything,
Look at us solving problems.
So further concerns that the House had with the,
Well, can we talk about number 5, barbering? Because originally 409 was about barbering,
right.
right?
Mhm.
So I just want to make sure that. Actually, this is similar to what's in House Bill 654, which we retained. Our committee retained that bill.
Right. This doesn't do most of what 644 does. It simply, by crossing out subparagraph B, it deletes the booth license, which is a request to the Board of Cosmetology. And
Didn't we do that in House Bill 2?
No.
No,
We
make this
didn't do it.
change.
With, okay, so this is strictly to do with booth licenses?
Just booth
Right,
licensing, that's
right.
correct.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, if I may, Chair.
Please.
Sorry. My understanding, Representative, is that we kept your language, but we did delete in our committee amendment the original language of 409 concerning barbering. So we kept
I'm
yours.
sorry, can you repeat that?
We kept the House language.
The amendment that we wrote to 409, which is what you originally got.
Okay, I don't want to confuse matters. I'll just state clearly what I'm sure of, which is that in our committee amendment, we did delete the original text of
409.
yes, 409 was originally only about reciprocity of licenses.
Mhm.
And
Correct.
594
Correct.
covers that more broadly.
Okay,
Correct.
all right,
Okay.
great, thank you. I'm fine. Yep.
All right,
Okay, so we're good. All right, this is. Okay. The, uh, the, the Professional Licensure and Certification Fund is revised in Senate Bill 49, I believe.
Mhm.
But that is set to take effect after this bill, I think. Let's check the,
I'd have to look at that.
we need to make sure that it is in fact after this, so that it overwrites it.
Okay, what, are we on, which page of the our
Um,
document are we on?
310.5, is that correct?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I think. It's middle of the left-hand page. It's the funding section.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Section-
310
paragraph
colon
2.
5, Roman 2.
Separate.
Perhaps Mr. Osterhout would know the answer to that off the top of his head,
What?
Didn't,
whether what we fixed in 49.
You concurred with 49.
Yeah, I just don't remember the
So
effective
let's
date.
check the effective
Okay.
date.
is the $5 million the same?
No, that's
Yeah, here
3
it's
million.
5. I thought it
Right.
had been taken down to 3.
that's what Senate Bill 49 does.
Okay. So
So
should the language
Senate Bill
here?
49 is effective on passage.
Okay,
So, if we need to, we want to make sure that this.
This shall take effect July 1st.
so we
Yeah.
need to make sure that the governor doesn't sign 49 until after he signs this one?
Yes,
Can we just change it just to match the numbers instead of,
Yeah, and
I just want,
that would be simpler.
let's
I
just
think.
make sure we do that so we don't, depending on somebody to
Okay.
sign something sometime is,
Representative, I think Mr. Osterhout may have a comment he needs to make.
Over here.
Yes, sir.
I've been working with LBA on this one, and I think because of the way 655 and 409 with the July 1 effective date, they draw that number from June 30th. So if 49 doesn't get signed before June 30th, OPLC will lapse all of the funds, kind
So-
of nullifying both of them. So the way they're explaining it to me now is that, and this is kind of a complicated issue, and we've been working with them on it. So 655 creates the July 1 for the 5 million. 49 would, effective upon signing or passage, sort
So
of cut
it
that
sounds like
process
the
and
thing
then
to do would
July
be
1.
to delete that paragraph from 409 so that it doesn't overwrite Senate Bill 49. Is that correct?
I don't know, because 655 still has the July 1 effective date, and they're saying that is the piece that would supersede 49 in that case.
Well, we can't change Senate Bill 49
Right.
because it's
We
already-
concurred.
we can, however, encourage someone to delay it.
I suppose you could do a later effective date on this so that you have 49 go into effect on passage. July 1, 655 language comes up, and then here, July 2nd, you could replace 655,
No,
49,
but we
whatever
don't
you wanted to
want this
do.
language to overwrite
Right.
Senate Bill 49.
Could you make this language match the language of 49?
That's what we were just
That's
saying.
what we're
Right,
just saying.
right. And
yeah.
if you
You'd be
made it
okay with that?
effective July 2nd, that would put the language of 49 back in control. So you'd have
Okay.
49 for a week, you'd have 655 for a day, and then you'd have the language of 49 now in 409 control again.
Okay, so
So we need to make paragraph 2 match SB 49.
Right, which
Yeah.
is 3 million, correct?
Right, that's why I brought it up.
Okay.
actually it's the two subparagraphs. Roman 1 and Roman 2.
Roman 1 and 2?
Yeah, there's a,
Oh, because of the 125%?
right. And, no, the paragraph Roman 1 says that the close of the biennium, any funds in excess shall be used to reducing licensing fees.
We may have to confer with OLS on that and figure out exactly what needs to
Okay.
be changed there.
But our intent is that
Yeah.
this language of,
Mirror SB 49. You're
language
okay
of-
with that?
Yeah, no, we need to do that.
Yeah.
Because if not, we're gonna have a conflict.
Right.
Should we change the effective date while we're thinking about it?
Yes, I made a note of the
Yeah.
effective date.
Okay.
But yes, we'll change this language to agree with Senate Bill 49, change the effective date so it's after July 1st, and then, okay,
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think, if maybe have the effective date the 15th of July, because then that way you're gonna have time for 49 and 605 to go through, and this would probably be the last one. It takes a
Okay.
couple of weeks to go through enrolled bills and then get everybody to sign off, because sometimes people, once the 30th of June comes along, everybody scatters, or everyone goes on vacation,
Okay.
or they have plans. So perhaps a more effective
Okay.
date would be the 15th.
Now, would you do
I'm
that for the
sure it
whole
will
bill
take
or
a
just this
while
section?
for everything
For
to
the whole bill.
shake through anyway.
Just for the
Yeah,
whole
that's
bill.
fine, okay,
Okay.
all right, that's, any other concerns? And this has got the, discipline and investigation requirements that we agreed to. All the references, all right. So does anyone have any other issues up to section 27?
I just heard that in section 8 with the licenses and renewal lapse. That-
Section 8.
Yeah. Section
Yeah, I'm
310
trying to-
colon 8, license renewals. I just want to make sure that we're saying the same thing. The language of the Senate is slightly different than ours.
Where is this? Next
Section,
page. Okay.
so
So we're in 310.8.
section 310.8, license renewals.
And if I may, Tara, I can
Yes.
speak to that, at least initially. Thanks for the question, Representative. So what we were trying to address, and we tried a variety of different language approaches, is that apprentices can have a different license term, and that as we
Applicants, yeah.
standardize OPLC license terms to 2 years, it's just not reflected in every license just yet. And so we originally said 2 years from the date of issuance, because OPLC needed a date, so they needed the 2 years, or if different, the term stated on the face of the license. And so I think that raised a couple concerns. both from OPLC and I think from the electricians. And so what we ended up with was something we sort of drafted live in committee, which is to say, except for those apprentices licensed for 1 year in accordance with the rules adopted in 541A. And that was to capture like current state in terms of licenses that were shorter than 2 years, and then hopefully future state under the rules adopted, if I remember
Yep.
correctly.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we understood that. Thank you.
All right. Any other concerns? Okay. All right, section 27 is the social work compact. And
We don't have section numbers on our
Yeah. you know,
draft here, so or page
well, it
numbers.
keeps,
So we're
it's
trying to
the,
find these.
it's the last 10 pages, whatever.
After OPLC.
Social work, okay.
It says a new section, social work
Yep,
compact
mhm.
adopted. There's about 10 pages of it.
Yes, randomly section pages here.
Oh.
That's something here.
Okay. All right. Yep, reference change positions. Yeah, all of a sudden we do have section numbers. Some of them do, some don't. All right.
It's a brand new section.
Yes.
Um, we have that language in eDNA with a retained bill, and we plan to consider it over the fall and probably release it to the House in January. I'm not convinced we need to short circuit that process by lumping it into this bill.
So the language came to all of us, obviously,
Oh.
from OPLC. And as in my conversations with the director, she was very, I don't think, Lindsay's not here today, right?
No, she's on.
Yeah. She was very eager to have this in because they wanted to be in the one of the first 7 states, because that passes it, because that gives us a seat at the table for rulemaking going forward. And Doug, Mr. Ostel, please feel free to jump in if I'm not representing this correctly, but, and so that's the conversation that I had with her, and I took it, we discussed it in the Senate in committee, and we had strong support for adding this language too. So we felt that it was good for us to get in now. We understand and respect that the House was looking at holding it, but with this compact language, as you know, we have to kind of pass it as it is or not pass it at all. So there isn't really room to modify or edit. We just felt we were ready to pass it. So we put it in this bill.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Osterhaus, do you know how many states have adopted this language? Because as I recall, this is brand new as of May.
It is brand new, and I'm just going off memory, but it may be 1 or 2, maybe 2, I think, but I'd have to confirm that.
My understanding was, I'm not certain if any have yet, and it may be 1 or 2, but that many were considering it in the coming months, and that if we got in on the front end now, we would be on the early end doing that.
Representative Barrera.
Thank you. I have been speaking with Director Courtney on this because oftentimes we see these bills and you really wonder what the heck has happened to them after you sign them. I mean, do we actually do the compacts actually occur? And the information that I received from her, which I shared with the eDNA committee, was that historically New Hampshire has participated in these compacts, has been often a member, and we are using them. So that during COVID, I know that the nurses, we used, I think it was, our nursing staff increased by 25%. So we do have the ability to use these compacts to our benefit when needed. And with this one came about because of a committee that Senator Perkins Coca and I and Representative McMahon and Representative Shapiro were at this over the summer to address the hurdles for mental health workers. And this was cited as the social worker hurdle is difficult for us to surmount. So this was where this bill came about. And I actually presented a committee. I actually tried to, it was House Bill 428 that this social compact was originally brought to ED&A. And I was going to ask ED&A to attach it to a Senate bill, but indeed you had attached it to House Bill 409. So I let it go, thinking that we could work this out today.
So obviously the Senate is in support of the language that we added. And I guess,
All right, I think I'd like to have a brief caucus.
okay.
We'll just step into our office. Okay, thank you for waiting.
Representative, if we might let Mr. Osterholt just add one thing about your previous question, I think he has info you'll be interested in.
Oh, yes, thank you.
John DeJoy and came up and spoke to me during the break and told me one state had passed it, but there are 8 states considering the compact right now, and they are all still in session.
Thank you. Good to know. The House conferees are agreed that it's a serious issue, but we don't want to be rushed into it. And since we are considering it, and we plan to have it out of committee on a retained bill rather than a new bill, so I would hope that you can agree to deleting this section and incorporating it in a different bill.
So the Senate feels very strongly that this is important, that we act immediately on this. We would like to be on the front end and in those first 7 states that pass it. And with the information that Mr. Osterhout gave us, we really feel strongly that this needs to remain and we need to act on it now.
All right, and I think in that case, we ought to recess until tomorrow and see what we can do about reaching an agreement on that.
You want to take a recess or just take a break?
Well, good point. When would we be able to get together? Late this afternoon?
So my understanding is a recess means we have to then comply with the 24-hour notice.
Right.
If we want to just take a break and talk later, we can do that. I think that would be our preference. I don't know when everyone else's
Okay.
schedule is.
When-
I'm free until 2.
What's that?
You're free until,
I have one at 1, 2, and 3 this afternoon.
Okay.
so,
yeah, I have 1 and 2 as well.
I have 2, so it can't be before 4 o'clock if that's 4 o'clock. Is 4 o'clock agreeable today? Or would you rather wait till tomorrow?
I'm here every single day, so
Yeah, I'm here every day too, so.
I want to be respectful of your time because I don't know what you guys are. I know I'm here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so.
4 o'clock? Sure,
Yeah, just let me
yes,
check.
I'm pretty sure.
I have 5 tomorrow, so I'm gonna be the
Yeah,
Okay.
You're gonna be the odd person here,
Okay, so 4 o'clock unless,
check, just to make sure, because we're kind of running all over the place.
Pretty
Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, hopefully I can do 4.
okay.
can
I
do
will
4.
schedule us to resume at 4 o'clock after a break.
Oh, you know what, no,
No?
nope, I can't because it's, I can pretty well guarantee you because it's 6:10, which is certifying patients of therapeutic cannabis
You don't think you'll be done in
and
an hour?
bail reform. No, we're not gonna be done in an hour.
Well, Senator, if you're okay with us going on without you, I mean, the Senate
Yeah, that's
position's
fine.
pretty strong.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
could-
if you
we
wanna
could-
go ahead.
Fine, we will resume at 4 p.m.
Are you
And
available any earlier than 4?
Yes, I just have a short.
I have a short
conference
one
at
at
2.
2. That's
Yeah.
why I'm asking. If you want to go quicker than that.
2:30? Is that, no, we've got one at
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
3 o'clock.
and-
I will
Okay.
arrange for that, and if you will be notified what room that will continue in.
Okay, thank you.
Before because it's simple. I just want to make sure that the last section was on repeal, and it refers to obsolescent references that you put in. It had to do with administration of the Estate Commission, the Board of Manufacturing, the Manufacturing Installation Board. All these things. This is the detachment, I believe, of the administration provisions for OPLC. I just want to make sure that this is cleanup language, correct?
If I may, Chair, yes, this is language that was inserted by OPLC because when we passed 655 as it was, and when you guys had taken the different pieces apart, OPLC requested that I insert this. in
Okay,
the
I just
end.
want to make sure that we're not, that's fine. So really the only issue that remains is the social workers compact.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay.
We've got some language tweaks and a new effective date. Okay, thank you all.
We will see you at 3.
Being 1 o'clock, we'll get started. Are they coming? That was, okay, we'll hold. All right, being 1 o'clock, we'll get started. On this committee conference for House Bill 461. And I think as on the House position, as we look at this, we see that there have been issues where positions have been replaced with from full-time to part-time. And having seen it occur more than once, and it has happened, we look at it on the House side as it being unfair to the rest of the employers and changing out a position from full-time to part-time, and that city or town walking away from the unfunded liability for that position when they do, and passing it on to all the other groups that have to pick up that cost. So what we did here, if you look at our version, is we put in a penalty that if they are not prohibited from doing that, they're just obligated to pay that unfunded liability portion going forward until it's paid off. I can say that, and I can look at over at Marty and say there have been positions that have been changed from full-time to part-time, and where a city or town has walked away from that. And we're just trying to stop this from the continuation of occurring, as a matter of fairness to all those other communities. And I'll let you explain why you amended it the way you did on your side.
Thank you. So when we heard this bill, we certainly recognized that it could happen, and it may be happening. And I'm sure there are a handful of examples, as we got testimony from Marty and others, and especially from the municipalities, that it may be happening, and it probably is at a very small level. But what we didn't understand was the impact of how it was impacting the retirement system, for one, and two, how it would impact the municipalities if we said, no, you can't do this, or you got to have this penalty. So that's why we felt that, the Senate felt that there was definitely potentially an issue there, and it warranted looking at, but we weren't ready to step up to the point of assigning a penalty and saying this is where you're going to, this is where it's going to go. So in working and talking with the municipal association and others, we felt that it was best that we take the position of let's take a look at this, let's study it and see how much of an impact it really is, and then having that information, we could go forward if necessary, if we felt legislation was then warranted.
Thank you. Well, we did hear in committee that this was happening. It has happened in the past. And as it was said on our side, our position of it being fair, for a town to take a full-time position and mark it down as to do away with it and say, we'll just handle that with a part-time position. They're just playing games. And they're playing games in penalizing the New Hampshire retirement system because, as we all know, there's a huge deficit that must be made up, and it will be made up, and not in my lifetime, but in somebody's lifetime, we'll get rid of that deficit. But until then, anyone playing games to, so they don't have to pay in for whatever amount of money they think they're saving, went against the fairness that we were looking for.
No, Representative O'Brien wants.
Well, thank you, Senator. I would also like to bring up when this does occur, chances are, as we've seen in the past, the person is eligible for some retirement benefits if they hit the age and time limits required. So therefore, this particular candidate in working for another community will be collecting a pension, which will be drawn down against the pension system. On top of that, going to the community that's not contributing, and I don't want to say that it occurs, but are they doing it because it is the best candidate, or is there any type of maybe perhaps open the door in the negative sense? I'm not saying that it did occur, but in the negative sense, it could open the door for somebody who is popular or something like that to subvert the system that we have. So the best way to defend the system is to protect it as it is right now and follow like the House recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were some real issues with this legislation and a lot of tension. It seeks to really put a blanket solution to a variety of different entities that are very different. And that, in my opinion, is trouble. You've got the tension with local control. Is the state now going to be telling the municipalities about the hiring and how to fill positions? Do we want to go down that road? Secondly, you've got the issue of towns versus counties, because the counties as well are political subdivisions, and how is this going to affect the counties? You also have the difference between a very large municipality like Nashua or Manchester, Laconia, and I would even argue Londonderry, because we had testimony concerning Londonderry, versus a small community. So we figured we would go to a study committee to try to resolve those larger issues. We also had testimony from Mr. Carlin from the retirement system that he claims that though a position is downgraded, it's not always due to avoiding pension debt costs. It's that through municipality analysis, these jobs really do become a part-time job. So if a municipality decides they want to change from a full-time to a part-time, how involved is the state going to be in that? And I believe that question needs to be resolved as well. And then Mr. Carlin also brought up a couple of other points that I'd like to mention here that really deal with the administrative purposes. The bill has to specify to the New Hampshire retirement system what to adopt in order to enforce against these avoiding the pension debt. How are they going to do that? They need us to tell them how to do that. Secondly, that there needed to be language added regarding the mechanical process of the legislation in providing the employers that the New Hampshire retirement system is overseeing and how they are to notify the New Hampshire retirement system. So because of that testimony, that's why we really said, okay, we've got to be really careful what we do here, and we've got to resolve these issues before this can go forward. And we felt that a study committee was going to be the best way to do that.
I think that Senator Carson, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think Senator Carson really encapsulated what we heard and the reason we voted the way we did.
I just look at, for all of us, time is valuable to all of us, and we know the number of study committees that this legislature has put forward in the past, and we're trying to reduce that going forward, because we all serve on a number of them, and get stretched pretty thin as we go into October when these reports need to be done. I think our feeling is that the study committee, well, it sounds good, isn't all that necessary because I think the retirement system has the information that we're already looking for as to the positions that have been changed from full-time to part-time and the amount of how much that the unfunded liability loses per year when those positions are changed from full-time to part-time. So I'm not sure a study committee will get us any further along than what we can get right now from Marty and the system to give us those numbers. I hear your concerns about, and this is the first I think we hear of it, of some of the concerns on the way this legislation was drafted. That wasn't brought to our attention when we heard the bill, that there were issues and how they would recoup or do what they needed to do. So on that end, I mean, it's, when we put this together, we didn't hear any of those brought forward. That being said, I will leave it at that. I think we're pretty firm on putting a stop to this going forward from here going forward so that the unfunded liability isn't passed on to others in cities and towns with these changes in position. And going to a study committee, I think we can just reach out as a group and ask for what we want for information without having to have meetings and of those natures to get that. Senator Pearl.
Thank you. Respectfully, Mr. Chair, we asked a lot of questions that of Mr. Carlin and Ms. Eck as they came through as to how these were going to impact the communities, and the information we were looking for, they didn't have answers to at that time. And some of the things that you were looking for, we didn't get answers to, and that's why we decided that we couldn't in good conscience go forward and put forth something that could be a detriment to many of the municipalities in the sense of putting this fine on for them and taking them out of the ability to manage their employees the way they needed to. We had concerns about school systems as well, whether this would impact them. We weren't sure on that. There were just too many things that we didn't have a real good, clear definition on them. Always trying to be respectful of the taxpayers' money as well and all of our time as well. There were many study committees that I don't think need to happen, but to me, I felt that this was, and I'm the one that introduced the language to move it to a study committee. And I felt that this certainly, this condition, if it's occurring at any great amount or great frequency, then it could be detrimental to the system. But we just didn't know the impact that it was having or it could have. And that was what we were concerned about. And I think before the Senate felt, before we were ready to step forward and penalize towns for making some choices that were good for their own community as far as how they're managing their time and resources, that we wanted to have some more information. So I think the Senate at this point is not willing to move off from a study committee, and because we feel that this, going to this extent right now without the information we needed, wouldn't be what we would feel would be a good responsible move.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just keep it real short here. I think that I'm not prepared to accede to another study committee. We've got too many. If we want to dig into this, we can, but the solution that I'd be looking for is something other than an additional study committee.
Thank you. And my question, thank you, Mr. Chair, to the Senate. Just in essence, and I think what I haven't heard in listening to, my Senate colleagues, you're not really against the main nexus of this particular bill, but there's other type of questions. And that sometimes happens, I'm sure, with many bills in our careers up here. Myself, 16 years, I've seen this. And I've seen the detriment of, a study committee and things flounder and float out to sea. But if we approve this, and I think you'll find our committee willing to work with Mr. Collin and with members of the Senate, if we have something, the first building block, the foundation stone is the key, okay? And I'm saying if we look at this particular bill as a foundation stone, maybe as we work in the second half of the biennium, many of the questions can come forward. So if we allow this to go through, I don't think, I don't know, I'll let my chair make that decision. It's his call. But I'm sure there'd be people willing on the committee.
Thank you for that, Representative. I think that the impact to the municipalities, we really don't have a good handle on it. In fact, we had testimony that the language was vague. And if we're going to do something, we need to be as clear as we possibly can. I don't want to put something into law and then have to go back and fix it over and over and over again. I would rather be proactive and try to get it as right as we possibly can. That's why we supported the study committee. We in the Senate, we take these study committees very seriously. I can only speak for myself. And quite frankly, I volunteered to serve on this study committee. That's kind of like an unwritten thing in the Senate. If you're proposing one, guess who gets to serve on it? And so I think that we can, through a study committee, strike a balance that hopefully everybody can live with. Because I agree, because every time you take a position and you go from full-time to part-time, there is a loss to the retirement system. And we need to figure that out, but that is not a one-size-fit-all answer. And that's why we're arguing for the study committee. And I can't believe we're arguing for a study committee. It's crazy. I mean, usually that doesn't happen, but we do agree that this is a very important issue. And it was something that we took very seriously. And so we took a look at all the testimony that we had. We had a great discussion in Senate ED&A about this. And we said, look, let's take a serious look at this. Is this a problem? Because we've heard about this. So here's an opportunity for us to really dig in, get to the bottom of this, what's happening, get the language the retirement system needs, and see if we can get a balance between the retirement system and the municipalities where everybody can live with what we do rather than put something in legislation and then have to keep going back to fix it. So.
All right,
Yep, that's
2
fine.
minutes.
Yeah.
All right, we discussed it, and we just can't agree to a study committee. If we have to, we're pretty strong on this language. I know there may be some issues with what's here from what you heard from the retirement system. So if you don't want to come along to this agenda, then I'm going to end up reaching out to the sponsor of this legislation to have him work with the retirement system and come back with hopefully something that will work for all of us next year.
I think that, Mr. Chair, that's probably the best avenue for this issue, because we certainly respect there could be a potential issue here. We just weren't ready to take the full step that the House took and felt that looking at the issue was warranted. But I think, you know, we discussed in caucus, there may be some opportunities to do some of this at some point, but we're not really clear on what we would want to do without, excuse me, some further information. So I think at this time we are probably at an impasse, and we'll have to try it again another year.
If you're going to speak to the sponsor, make sure that the sponsor has a conversation with the municipal association as well as the Association of Counties. I think that's extremely important to get their input into this, and to work with them to strike a balance.
And make sure they understand the impact that it may have potentially on school systems as well, because that was one big question that we didn't have. So I think these would all be good things to look at going forward.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank everyone for coming. Oh, Representative O'Brien.
Yeah, Senator Carson made a great offer, and yeah, thank you. Do you want the prime sponsor of this to contact you, to keep you abreast in your committee of what we're doing?
Yes.
And
I
that
think that's
that
great.
that might, help grease the wheel on this one,
Yeah, oh, no,
Because it
that's-
sounds like there's common ground here.
I agree with you, and I really think there is some common ground. We just need to lay it out, that's all. And we didn't have time to do it. We got a lot of testimony that I think is conflicting or maybe a little more in-depth than what the House received. And that's why it caused us to take a step back and to start really questioning what's going on here. How do we deal with this? How do we allow the retirement system, most of all, to put legislation in place so they can deal with it as well? So, yeah, that's fine.
Well, thank you all for your time.
Thank
You, and I'll see you at 2:00. I
You will.
believe.
Round
What,
two.
you're on 2 o'clock too?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
We'll
yep,
all be
round
back
two.
again.
Are we gonna be in this room?
No, we're over on the Senate side on that one.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Sounds
Thank
like
you,
a plan.
gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And thank you for those that came.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon. We're scoping out the issue. Yes, the House Bill that's the Senate Bill 42. Yes. We already passed that. Let's just take it out of here.
Great.
Everyone, that's good. I don't have any issues with the changes to the actual rulemaking section which I understand were requests by the staff. Does anyone else have any concern with them? Okay. Interim rules. Better definition on the forms. And okay. So you have our side by side?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good. So we're, all right. So we're good through page 17.
Yep.
We're going to delete the section on page 18.
Yep.
And this starting on page 19
Yep.
is something that's totally new to us, and which was laid on the table in the Senate.
Yes.
So our position is that if you can explain to us why we need to do it in this bill, we'll listen to you, but we're not otherwise inclined to accept it without good reason.
Okay.
So,
And that's why we have Senator Whitley, because it was her legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill actually, the House has seen before. This issue has been really worked on almost for over a decade. And it really is just laying basement level protections for nursing mothers in the workplace. This language was included in my bill, Senate Bill 175, affectionately known as Momnibus. And it was laid on the table, as the Senate does, as typical practice in a budget year. There was a decision made not to put it in the budget because it was strictly policy, and instead to attach it to this bill. So again, this was non-controversial. It has passed the Senate multiple times. I will say that the only thing that is different now than last year is that the federal government has now passed the Pump Act, which provides federal protections. This is a little different because it's actually a New Hampshire-based complaint process. So I wouldn't say that there's new rights that are being added, but what we are doing is making sure that New Hampshire moms have a New Hampshire complaint process, that they don't have to go to the EEOC, that this is based in New Hampshire law. I will say the other issues that we are, the folks that are working on this were very responsive to the business community and wanted to make sure that it was, it worked for our small businesses. So you'll see that the definition for employer, some states include all employers, but this includes those employers that have 6 or more employees. We added, of course, a definition for undue hardship. That is very important to our business community. We also added a definition about what a reasonable break period actually was. This was very important to our moms. A lot of folks who have never nursed before don't understand that you do need to pump every 3 hours. That's a sort of biological need, of course, or women would be in a lot of pain. And it's important to maintain their supply for their baby. So that's why we defined a reasonable break period. It was also a request that we were very specific about that. So we wanted to be responsive to that as much as possible. So again, and then lastly, there's a hardship exemption. So recognizing that this is something that businesses need to get used to, we added that. And then lastly, we pushed out the implementation dates again while our businesses were getting adjusted to the federal requirements and these new requirements. You'll see that the effective dates are pushed out to 2025 and 2026. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that explanation. I actually was unaware of the Pump Act. I was wondering if you could provide some information about what the federal protections will be.
I don't have those in front of me, but there is someone here who can provide information about the Federal Pump Act if the committee is interested in hearing about that.
Sorry,
If I can
Leanne?
add as a follow-up. Thank you. It's one of the areas where if there is already a protection, I would want to make sure that they're not in conflict.
Actually, I can answer that. I do know, I don't have the Pump Act, but we did do an analysis and that these are entirely consistent with those federal requirements, but more tailored to New Hampshire businesses. And then we're not giving additional rights that are already in federal law. What we're doing is giving so if a complaint happens, it will go through New Hampshire agencies rather than federal agencies.
You mentioned a compact.
Compact?
Oh, Pump Act.
Yes, excuse me. The federal legislation is called the Pump Act, excuse me.
Okay. It
Yes.
does, yes, okay,
Yes.
fine, that makes a lot more sense,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes,
And when is that effective?
it's already effective now, I'm being told. My
Thank you.
expert is standing right there. I will just note that Lisa Soroy is here. She works with the Department of Health and Human Services and Public Health, but she also is on the breastfeeding task force that has worked on this legislation for decades. She's our
Representative Lamb.
expert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My other question is this only provides protection for women up until 1 year after birth of the child. However, the guidelines from the WHO and the CDC recommend longer breastfeeding. I'm concerned that passing this would shut off the opportunity for breastfeeding and expressing mothers to have access in their workplace were we to pass this.
I see it as the opposite. So right now, women don't have protections, and with this, they would have protections. Of course, the literature supports the biological and sort of health benefits are if women, nurse for a year. We thought, though, that aligned with these protections. So absolutely, we're adding protections. We're not taking any away.
I have a question about it.
Sure.
You say that you notify employer 2 weeks prior to needing break periods and stuff?
Mhm.
Does that relate to temporary disability for actually having the baby? I presume that when you come back, you would be needing to do this?
Yeah, not everyone pumps at work. I think this is for those women who choose to pump at work. And the request is similar to how an employee would request a reasonable accommodation. So it's very similar to that process.
Senator Leon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a mom 3 times, I definitely appreciate the challenges when new and emerging things happen with your child. One of my big concerns would be that by placing this into our statutes, a lot of times when there's a floor of requirements, a lot of employers and different ones come down to the floor as opposed to what they've already offered for their employees. I have a large concern around the 2-week notice because if somebody had been working with formula and instead they needed to increase because their formula was no longer available like we experienced this year, and instead they needed to increase their pumping so that their child was fully on pumped milk, that 2-week requirement might actually be more of a hurdle. I appreciate all the work you're trying to do in order to codify this, but I do know that there have been a lot of good accommodations that have happened through many, many workplaces through the pressure to support mothers. And I think that we've done a very good job so far through this private negotiation between employees and employers. And I'm afraid that this 2 weeks is going to hurt moms who are going through a feeding crisis.
So thank you for that concern. I think, we did put in here language that nothing in this would prohibit employees and employers from negotiating what works best for them. I think there are some businesses that do this great, but I know Lisa can specifically, has received complaints from moms where some businesses aren't doing. So this is a basement level floor of protections for moms. Super important because we know that a lot of moms leave the workforce right in the first year. We just know that. And in particular, during the pandemic, we lost 10% of our workforce between ages 25 and 34. These are our new moms. They just left the workforce and unfortunately they're not coming back. This is not a panacea to solve that problem, but it's a piece of the puzzle. A lot of moms leave the workforce because they just cannot manage both things. I know that it was a challenge for me, and I had a very supportive workplace. I was able to pump at work, and it kept me in the workforce, frankly.
Representative Abear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 20, the last paragraph, number 3, it says that a nursing employee shall notify its employer at least 2 weeks prior to needing reasonable break periods and sufficient space for expression of milk. I think that it should say to protect the employer how that notice is to be given. Being a Massachusetts employer, we've hit this several times where if it's not specific enough, an employee may say, oh, I notified you and it was on a text or it was an email or it didn't go to the right email or the email was rejected. So I think it needs to be per employer's policies. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Good
a great
point.
suggestion. We could either say shall notify in writing or shall notify in line as with the employer's policies. I would be happy to include any of those. Thank you for
I
that
think in
suggestion.
line with the employer's policies would be the appropriate thing.
Okay.
Wouldn't you agree?
In line
Okay.
employer's policies. Thank you for that suggestion.
Yeah, I'm concerned about this, not so much the break periods, but the sufficient space bit,
Mhm.
depending on what the facilities are, that may be incredibly difficult to accomplish. I mean, I worked in the storefront, a drugstore, and there wasn't any place where you could have privacy outside of the sight of people, except the bathroom, which you've explicitly eliminated.
Mhm.
So I think that that's is something that is a major problem for some very small employers, and I would think that you would want to increase the number of employees that of the size of the businesses this would apply to.
Thank you for that. There was a lot of conversation about just that issue. I will note that they're already required in federal law to do this. Again, the sufficient space. We chose this 6 number because our New Hampshire non-discrimination statute applies to businesses with 6 or more employees. So the Department of Labor actually provided us some legal advice that this was the best definition of employer that aligned with current law. So that's why we chose that number. And the sufficient space, again, we're not requiring them, or federal law doesn't require them, nor does this law require the building of a new pod or the creation. It's just, just this area, and there's definition of what that area should be. And of course, that it's important that it's not a bathroom. Although I know many moms have probably pumped or nursed in a bathroom. But again, that we wanted to make this as consistent with existing federal law as possible, and likewise with who it should apply to, that it was consistent with New Hampshire law as well.
Representative Baroda.
Thank you. So one of the concerns that I have when we write our own law, because we want to include the federal law, is if there are changes to the federal law. I mean, does the federal law apply to businesses in New Hampshire now?
I would love to defer to Lisa if she can talk about the federal law. It's just not my area of expertise. If the committee would oblige.
I'm asking that question follow up because if we write a separate law and then something changes in the federal law, are we therefore then creating a situation where we have to change? You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying. So this doesn't this is still going to be New Hampshire statute. So say the federal law goes away, this will stand on its own.
More importantly, what happens if there's a major change to the federal law?
Right.
This will stand on its own. So this doesn't refer to federal law. This stands on its own. So we would have to,
Right.
they would
Okay.
have to, they could repeal the Pump Act and this would remain.
Because, okay, follow up, thank you. So I'm looking at the sufficient space thing, and I know from my own committee, language like, the location of the space provided shall be within a reasonable walk of the employee's work site. Well, what does that mean? What is a reasonable walk? It's those kinds of.
Yes. No, and I appreciate all these questions, and I will say that, there, these were all extensive conversations that we had with the business community and with the stakeholders. And we didn't want to say it has to be within a mile. We didn't say it had to be in a half a mile. So a reasonable walk needs to stand on its own unless we want to define the mile or, but I don't think we want to do that either. I think, again, this is a conversation between employee and an employer, and we want to maintain that flexibility. Yeah.
Representative Leon?
Thank you. My question had actually been similar to that. I can't imagine being able to walk a mile one way, pump, and then walk a mile the other way. and
Certainly
have
that wouldn't
only
be
your 30
reasonable.
minutes.
Yeah, that wouldn't be reasonable.
My other question would be, do you consider it reasonable for those who are in the State House to walk all the way to the LOB basement for the nursing pod? Or do you think that it's more reasonable that you don't have to walk from building to building?
Again, we didn't want to be that prescriptive. And so, if the employee doesn't think it's reasonable, they have an opportunity to work on that. But again, we wanted to maintain that flexibility and not define that what is determined to be reasonable. And this is, a similar legal standard that's in most of our laws.
Then as a follow-up, if an employee says that it's not reasonable to walk during session from the State House over to the nursing pod in the basement of the LOB, who would they take that up with if they believe that that's taking them away from their duties, either here or at another facility?
So this statute is within the Department of Labor. So the federal law, the complaint is to the federal EOC. So the complaints pursuant to this statute would be with our New Hampshire Department of Labor, and they advised heavily on the drafting of this.
Well, since you've carefully made this section not into effect until 2025, I don't see why we need to include it in this bill.
Because women have waited for decades for these protections. We really have worked for decades on this language. And I just, this issue got a lot of press for a long time. And I think it's time that New Hampshire, enacts these state level protections to get our women back to work.
Well, okay. My concern is that, fine, you want to make a statement, but you're not actually going to do anything for another year. So there's no reason this could come in legislation next year. So you say there's been conversations, but they've been in the Senate. The House has not been involved.
This exact version of the bill was heard by the House last year, and it was also discussed
a
in committee of
different House.
conference. Right, but yeah, absolutely. The time, the effective date was to get businesses for them to have time. So that's what we
Representative
wanted to do.
I have a logistics question, I guess, Madam Chair. Thank you. If we have federal law already in place to govern this for mothers, what is the purpose of this at a state level, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it's twofold. One, instead of having to complain to the federal government administrative agency, this allows moms and employees to go through a state level process to the Department of Labor. And that's really important for folks to have a local complaint process. The second is that it was important to all stakeholders to have a New Hampshire-based solution, to have New Hampshire law that worked for us. And so that's why this language was so narrowly tailored to our New Hampshire businesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the follow-up. Senator, my question ranges around the confusion that's created for an employer with the Department of Labor in Massachusetts. For example, we have Department of Labor federal level, we have Department of Labor state level, and it creates more confusion for every new thing added that, oh, this complies over here, this doesn't comply over here, we can get in trouble from this agency, can get in trouble from this agency too. So I think it adds another layer of confusion for employers as well when the employee is already protected.
Right, and I think the issue is that there's federal non-discrimination and then there's also state non-discrimination, and and that goes through the Human Rights Commission in New Hampshire. And so, it's just a reality in a democracy, like the United States, we're going to have state and federal law that folks have to deal with. And I think we have to balance here the rights of moms, the rights of babies with the rights of employers. And I think this strikes that balance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was there a fiscal note for what it would cost for our Department of Labor to address your expected violations of the statute?
No, there wasn't.
As a follow-up, do you think that there would be a significant involvement here at the state level Department of Labor, or do you think most of that would go to the federal level?
Complaints through this statute would go to the Department of Labor, and they were intimately involved with drafting this statute and didn't raise concerns about enforcement.
Sorry, as my last follow-up, do you think that the reason there was no fiscal note is because this would go into effect in the next budget as opposed to going into effect now?
No, there wasn't a fiscal note when this identical language was introduced in previous sessions, and also when it was introduced before this effective date was changed.
What?
Sorry, I'm just trying to grasp around the need for this and then not having a fiscal note because there's not an expectation that it would be used much at the state level in order to.
Oh, no, I think
defend.
there's no fiscal note because the Department of Labor already has the capacity to enforce it.
Should we caucus for a moment? Okay, we'll caucus for a few minutes. you for waiting.
Thank you.
We were just consolidating our concerns. And we would like to say that this should not be a part of this bill this year because we think it is not thoroughly worked out for employers that are not inclined to be protective of their employees. They're going to complain about what's reasonable, what's sufficient, and things like that. And we think that if you're going to address that, you need a little more specificity in some areas. We're also concerned that it has not been approved by the House, and we would like to work on it. And with a 2025 effective date, we can do that next spring. So we would also like to take the opportunity to see what the federal regulations are, how the federal regulations are implemented, and what the problems with them are, because that's where we really want to address the state regulations.
If I may.
Yeah, I will just say that, you know, the business BIA was involved in this and they had all the input and they, you know, didn't make those suggestions that you're suggesting. I mean, as I've said, this has been worked on for decades with a lot of input. So this is past ready for prime time.
Senator?
So, thank you. So, Senator, if I'm not mistaken, the part of the reason of putting the 2025 date was to give businesses plenty of notification. I think that offers the House a unique opportunity here that if we leave this bill language in, it gives you the opportunity to put a bill in next year. You could put even the same language, work on it, and make changes that you could have an effect with the same enactment date or one prior, whichever way it would have to be to overrule what's, you know what I mean, to make the changes that you might have objections to here. But on the same token, we're giving the businesses notification that something is coming and that they need to be ready and able to handle it. So that would be my suggestion, is that we leave the language here, and it gives you a full year of opportunity to introduce the bill in September if you want to. And again, you can introduce the same exact bill and put it through the whole process and work on it.
Representative Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the idea of having that clarity and transparency of having the law in effect a year having the law go into effect a year after it's passed. And I appreciate that idea of working through. But if there's a bill in process in the House and they don't know until we reach this point next year what the actual law will be, I think that might actually bring more confusion to the employers as opposed to less confusion. So I appreciate that idea, but I think it might actually create more confusion.
Okay, Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, I completely disagree. One of the two words that I've heard throughout this is reasonable and what is sufficient. And if we don't have something in here for the state of New Hampshire, if a business has a question or they have a concern about anything, they now have to address it federally. They're not going to have a state pathway, and it's going to make it much harder, and I think it's going to end up being more confusing. So that's why I support this amendment being placed on this bill. I agree with my colleague from the Senate. This is not anything new. We have dealt with this issue before, and I agree that it is time that we do this. We want to get women back into the workforce, and this is an impediment for them. I'm glad the federal government has finally seen how important this is, and we do have someone here who can walk us through the federal act if Madam Chair would allow her to come forward, so that we would have a better idea about what it looks like. But as it stands now, I support this provision on this bill.
Representative Beretta? You had a comment? No, sorry.
I'm not, so your suggestion that we add it to this, we keep it in here,
Mhm.
and that we go through the process next year of Are you saying that any changes in a bill that we would submit would then be overridden? It would override this?
Yes, it
Certainly,
would.
yes.
Follow-up.
Follow.
So this, I understand the idea of it, and I first of all, I support the concept of the bill, of the amendment. I think it's everything that Senator Whitley said, I agree with. But I'm hesitant to put something into law and then it gets changed. I mean, we do this often. You know, we do something and then we go, oops, we should have done it this way, or oops, we should have done it that way. And that is something that we deal with in our committee all the time, specifically in EDNA. So I try after my first term, I thought not gonna be a partner in this crime of legislation. So why is it that it seems strange to me that the Senate didn't put it in the budget? And this idea about the policy is fine, but we put policy in House Bill 2 many times.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There was a lot of debate about that, but my understanding is that leadership in both the House and the Senate, for the purposes of passing a budget, last budget cycle, there was a lot of unnecessary policy. And so there was a lot of effort to make this a bipartisan budget that didn't have policy in it. You know, we could have easily slipped this into the budget, but with respect to House and Senate leadership, we did not.
So what that implies to me is that this policy is not firmly supported by House and Senate leadership, or they would have put it in the budget. And I'm also concerned with putting this in so far in advance. I think that I would be much more, I would be much better pleased if this said that if you went in with the policies, all right, each employer shall adopt a policy. Yes, yeah, they should, and make it available to the employees, and then come back and work out the details, because I think the details are not thoroughly worked out. And if it's been worked for decades without coming to a conclusion, that means there is not solid agreement on what the policy should be.
So if I might respond.
Yes.
So with regards to the budget, we were asked as chairs to try and not put any policy into the budget if at all possible. And this bill has passed the House twice with 24-0, the Senate twice with a 24-0 vote.
4 times.
4 times?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I knew it, but I mean, in this session, we
This
did it
session,
twice.
correct,
Yes,
twice.
we passed it, we passed it as part of a greater bill of, Senate Bill 175. And we took many of those pieces that had financial components and put them in the budget. And the remaining pieces because we tabled the bill so that we could do that. And the remaining policy pieces we put onto other bills just because we felt they were important, but we didn't want to stick them in House Bill 2. We were trying to avoid that Christmas tree ornament as much as possible and do it in a different manner. So the Senate is very committed to this position and has passed it twice, 24-0.
And Leon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that perspective, Senator. I appreciate the challenge with Christmas trees, but I feel like now we're putting on ornaments on every wreath on every door if we're putting these policy sections on other bills. My biggest concern remains the implementation of the federal law, and if we can pause and look and see what happens and see if we can address those differences and those deficiencies in federal law in a way that's very New Hampshire specific. As employers go through and adopt these policies, which they'll need to in order to be in compliance, then we can figure out where we can better serve our people and nuance the federal law to serve Granite State moms. I think that it's important to take the time to do it in a way that also has the buy-in of the full House, as opposed to coming through a committee of conference, because while this has passed the Senate many times, it has not yet passed the House for various reasons in various years.
Yes, and would it be acceptable to say that immediately we should pass on page 20 of the, okay, there's the policies. Every employer shall adopt a policy. Every employer shall make this available to their employees. That's the thing that they need to know right now, that we're going to be doing it, not they need to know that a year in advance, not clean space sheltered from view. I mean, there's a lot of questions about the rest of it.
Representative, if I may, so I think our businesses told us as we worked on this that they don't know what a reasonable break period is. They don't know what a sufficient space is. So if we just say pass a policy to do this without any structure, I think that would provide so much more confusion to our employers. Also, we are the only state in New England that does not have state level protections. So I will say employers are very used to this language, and I think New Hampshire is making a very strong statement if we don't pass this bill.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. All right, thank you for giving us a break. We've agreed that since there is time to correct the technical deficiencies in this bill, that we will agree to include it in House Bill 358, if that's okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Appreciate that.
I will prepare an amendment deleting Senate Bill 42, since we don't need that anymore. All right, everyone in agreement?
Madam Chair, do you want to make the change suggested by Representative on page 20?
Oh, yes, that's right, where,
Yes.
So
For-
it could read on the last line, a nursing employee shall notify,
In writing.
yeah, or we could,
In line with the employer's policy.
yeah.
I think that was the language.
yeah.
But then maybe we put that clause after, let me say, shall notify its employer at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, we'll
Maybe we
try-
should put
we'll
the
tr-
clause
we'll
at the
come
end.
up with something that
Yep.
Yeah.
adds that,
Yep.
you know,
Okay.
that the notification is in the proper style to be
Great.
Thank
Thank you very
acknowledged.
much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Awesome.
you.
Thank you all.
thank you all.
Thank you.
And we have a few minutes before the next one. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate your Okay, thank you all. We're resuming on House Bill 409 as after the Representative Broder remembered something else we need to look at on this bill. So if you'd bring it, you could help us figure out where it goes.
Right. There is what we'd like to do is on the bottom of page 10, line 37, 6 and 37, which of course I don't have that bill in front of me. We wanted to include a sentence.
What would you read the title, because we don't have pages on ours in
Okay.
the side by side.
Oh, okay. Let me try to find it. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
It has to do with experts, qualified experts. So let me see if I can. That's the part I'm looking for.
It's what?
It has to do with qualified experts.
Right.
Oh, I'm on the wrong. I'm on 358. Let me go to 409. It would help.
Ah, okay.
Did you find it on the on that?
It's on, yeah, it's in the middle somewhere. Well, is it the section that says the office shall employ sufficient
Correct.
personnel qualified by reason of education, competence, and relative experience?
Yes, and we
So
want
what section is that in?
It's Roman 4, and it's in 31010 Roman 4.
Yeah,
It's about the middle of the package,
right here, I got it.
and it's at the
Okay.
top of the page.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the concern with that one?
I wanted to retain. So the sentence I wanted to modify the sentence to read: retain qualified experts appointed by the executive director in accordance with criteria established by the board.
Oh, this is not for prosecutors. This is for investigators.
Yes.
All right, then I gave you the wrong citation. It's probably before that.
Okay. Let me see if I can.
There's recusal.
Is it under complaints and investigations?
It should be under complaints and investigations.
So that is 310-9.
No, it's not three. It's 310.
It's 310.9. That's right.
And the
So 310-9 Roman net 5.
Roman 5.
Well, there's 310.9, and then there's room.
Oh,
Roman numeral-
investigations. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Retain qualified experts that have sufficient knowledge on a statutes or professions and their practices. Is that?
Yes. Instead of that.
Okay. So
We
it's,
have retained qualified experts appointed by the executive director in accordance with criteria established by the board.
So
okay.
turn my mic on.
Yeah.
So what we're doing in this section is we are giving the OPLC staff authority. And so it says to carry out investigations, the executive director is authorized to.
Retain qualified experts.
Right. And so I just don't know if we need appointed by the executive director.
I think
Representative.
it's more that, yeah, it should say according to criteria established by the board. Is it?
Well, we're giving her the authority to appoint them,
Right.
right?
Right.
To
So this
retain them,
language
yeah.
came from OPLC and so that's where, I mean, that's where the language came from for concerns that had been brought up.
Okay. So then instead of just saying that have sufficient knowledge on statutes or professions, should say according to criteria established by the board.
Yes.
Okay.
And just to clarify, if I may, so part of what we discussed in committee was sort of like the division between staff and board. And I think I've discussed this with Representative Gertie, and I think we're on the same page, which is that you know, the board really sort of retains substantive duties, but the executive director kind of retains procedural ones. But it was important that they have sort of independent authority to hire investigators. So I just want to make sure we've sort of fully thought
But
that through.
I think the point of this is that the board say we need to have, I don't know, a child psychologist familiar with this area, and then the director hires one.
The board doesn't approve who the executive director is hiring.
Yeah.
It's just that they're setting the criteria for what those experts would be responsible for. Like, let's
Yep.
say it's somebody who has, somebody that's involved, let's say it's a medical issue and it's a thoracic issue, right? Then it would be somebody who's involved with whatever that part of medicine is.
Yeah.
Those
Yep.
would be experts that have expertise in those areas. And the executive director may not necessarily know that for every profession.
Yeah.
And also that gives once you have the criteria, it's easier for the office to pick somebody that won't create as much of a conflict of interest as if the board did it.
Yeah, if I may, as I recall on this, and I may have to rely on Mr. Osahel a little bit because he filled us in on this. If my memory serves me correctly, we were trying to draw a clear distinction between the investigator and the adjudicator.
Right.
And by allowing the board to do that, in essence, it'd be like giving the jury the ability to decide and have some input on who the expert witnesses were that were coming in. And I think that was an area of concern that we were trying to stay away from.
Well, that's why the language says according to criteria established by the board, because the board knows what criteria are important. And this is for the investigator.
But wouldn't that be unfair to the person being investigated, that the board is deciding what expert witnesses they'd like to? No,
It's
but
not
hold on,
what
this is
expert, it's the type of,
criteria
the
of
criteria.
expert witnesses. You'd have to offer that same thing, that same ability to the person being investigated. Because that's the whole point of having, in my opinion, of having the investigator and the jury, in essence. They're two separate things.
Yeah, well, this is the investigator, and the board says we need someone familiar with this profession and this whatever else they establish, and the office says, okay, we'll go find somebody that meets those criteria.
Would it be okay if we asked Mr. Host to help for an opinion on it? Only
All right,
because
we will ask our the attorney for the OPLC to clarify that, because I think it is a good idea to have the board establish what type of experts are needed in a particular case.
I think it's our understanding that, like you were saying, Representative Grota, that if the board sets those criteria, that we wouldn't necessarily have to go to the board for approval of that individual, but we would look at those criteria and say, this is what the expert we hire, these are the criteria they need to meet. But we could still act procedurally independently of the board as long as that individual met those criteria.
You'd be okay with that change?
I am okay with that change. John and I were just talking. I do have one concern that what happens if the board hasn't set criteria? He's of the opinion that if there's no criteria, OPLC could just go.
I would think that's the case.
Okay.
And we could clarify that, right? If the board has not set criteria, then
If none, then the OPLC decides, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we almost could solve it with an or. I mean, if it says retain qualified experts according to criteria established by the board.
Or, oh, that's fine, yeah, that works too,
but
even
that's
better.
fine.
Just a thought.
Or, very good. Thank you
Because then
very
it
much,
gives them an
Senator, that
option.
makes things much easier, all right.
That's why
So-
she makes the big dollar.
Yeah, that's right. I think of or.
All right, so to continue, we have a second advanced practice registered nurse on the Board of Nursing. Delete the specific nursing education member.
Changing 310.5 to match the Senate Bill 49 language.
Right.
Correct,
So we're changing
exactly.
the 5 million to 3 million.
And make sure all the other language is there. We're going to make this change on the investigators. Anything
Change the
else?
effective date.
Okay, I think that's The effective date, yes.
To 7/15, is that what we
Seven
decided?
15,
Yep.
yeah,
Two
that's
changes about the Board of Nursing.
right,
I think that leaves us with only one point of contention.
right. That's section 27, the compact that we're still opposed to.
The Senate feels very strongly that this language is good and that this compact needs to be in place. We do respect that the House has a different opinion. We understand that you're working on it and you have a bill retained. Guess that doesn't give us necessarily the assurance we were hoping to get, that we could get something through, because my feeling is you're gonna have the same problems in September when you're working on retained bills that you have in June, because there won't be any rules established by September either. So I'm concerned that it puts all of this language at jeopardy, and this whole social work compact in jeopardy. In the interim, I have spoken with OPLC about the potential of getting social workers the reciprocity that we passed under 594. That will impact them potentially some. So I guess we are taking a little bit of ease with knowing that we're going to help the situation as it currently exists. We aren't happy about removing this language in the least. We felt very strongly that it needed to be there and voted very unanimously in the Senate to have it. But we also feel that the remainder of the language in 409 is critically important as we move forward and implement 655 and 594. So with some hesitation and a bit of unhappiness, we will agree to remove this part to save the rest of the bill. But I will say that we're going to very much be looking to you and encouraging you to look at this language in the retained bill that you have and make sure something good happens with it this fall. Yes. So with that, we will agree regretfully to the change of taking this out.
Madam Chair, your microphone's off. Just
Well, that makes it harder for you to hear me, doesn't it? Okay, so thank you, Senator. I will prepare an amendment that makes the minor changes we've discussed and deletes the section 27, and that should be it. And moves the effective date out to July 15th, as
I believe we're
requested.
good with it.
Yeah.
I think that addresses
Okay.
all the changes.
Yes. Okay.
Well, we
Thank
thank
you
you for
very
working
much.
with us. And good luck in the rest of your committee of conferences. I have 5 done now.
Exactly. Thank you. I've only got one left.
All right, thank you.
thanks, everyone.